Good morning. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Happy time zone. Happy Saturday. How we doing? How's it going? Hope everyone's weekend is off to a nice start. A little sip of water before we get going. Alrighty. So we're back. We're back, baby, for more hardcore Minecraft from the Bedrock Legends server. Oh, someone's online. I wonder who. We were working on the area around the base yesterday, detailing the pond. We built a little fishing hut, so I think it's only appropriate that we do some fishing today. Get started with that, maybe. Just a little relaxing time. I haven't gotten to do much fishing, and usually that's honestly one of my favorite parts of most games, is fishing. Oh, we're zoomed in. Oh no. Hold on. Hold on. What's going on here? Yeah, nope. I think we're usually around there. Alright. Okay. Why is it staying as that? Hey, Grumpy. Why is it not going back? We have, we have the thing that switches the field of view around now. Hold on. How do I fix this? I wanted to try it. I'm regretting it now. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Let's stop that. Resume. Okay. We're working out the bugs. Nope, video. Excuse me. Please be about there. Thank you. Okay, all right. Start. Alright, I think that got reset. So, okay, there we go. We fixed it. We fixed it. Hey, Dron, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm on the Bedrock Legends Minecraft server, a hardcore Minecraft server right now. This is my base. And I want to go do some fishing, so honestly, I'm just going to grab my little fishing rod here. We're going to put away some of this stuff, which we have all those shulker boxes over here. Boop-a-doop. Boop-a-doop. Hello, horsey. Excuse me, pardon me, just coming through here. Shoop. Oh, that's full of stuff. That's full of stuff. This is also full of stuff. Okay, where are we putting all the junk in my inventory? Do I have... Let's grab a bundle. Oh, is this my last bundle? Oh. I saw a few mob drops in here that I could get rid of. Like that. And we can combine those. Was there more of that in here? Everything's all split up. We got stuff everywhere. Okay. Okay. Okay, what can we do here? I'm gonna put some of this moss in the house. That's what I'm gonna do to start. I guess the bone meal can go there, and those carpets, and these bricks. Actually, I'm probably not using any more nether bricks. We used that for the roof and the fence on the little fishing hut. So I can probably put those away. This flint can go away. Let's put the bone meal with the bones. And some of this dirt can probably go away too. Oh yeah, coarse dirt, regular dirt. Oof. A mess. This is a mess. Jules is here. Hello, good morning. How are you, Jules? Why do I have more than a stack of rockets in my inventory, too? We're figuring things out here. And Zeri. Hello, Zeri. Don't mind me just crashing into things. Okay. Dirt. Here, have more dirt. Let's put all the sand together. Dirt, dirt, dirt. And where was all... I think the moss was not in any particular place, was it? There's the moss, okay. Moss, moss. Oh, there's more sand, okay. Why don't we put all the sand together then? Where was that? This one. Use the thingamajig. There we go. Like that. Okay. We've got a few mob drops we can put away. What's in here? Oh, lots of fun things. So much stuff. Look at this. This is ridiculous. Alright, put these back in here for now. Leave that. We've got flint. We've got mob drops. We've got a bunch of assorted wood pieces. This can go in here. Alright, nether stuff. Nether bricks. And nether brick items. I think this stuff, these can go away upstairs. Crafting table can go in there. Bundle. Wood stuff. Trees, trees. And random grass seeds. Isn't organization in Minecraft fun? Are we having fun? Alright, I'm gonna keep the dead bushes. I was gonna put those around the pond. And those are just gonna go in there for now. And I guess glass can go upstairs. Glass was in one of these. Somewhere. I promise there was glass in here. Glass! Found it. So yeah, now we have the zoom. We have the zoom in. Oh, can I combine this? All right, so that just changes my field of view. So if I zoom in with that, and then that. Oh, it doesn't really do much. It's a little extra zoom. I probably don't need to keep the spyglass on me anymore. Leave that in here. And extra rockets, those can go there. Why don't we combine these shears into one? Beautiful. Top off the carrots. I want to put some logs instead of the planks in here. Do I have some on me too? 7. We got a little bit of coal. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Just in case. And let's sleep. Doop, doop. So how's everyone's Saturday? What have you been up to? Everybody doing well? Everybody having a lovely weekend, I hope. I legit just want to go do some fishing for a bit. See if we can get a better fishing rod. Where'd my hands go? Where are my hands? Is this part of the Zoom thing? No, don't hide hands. Hello? Hello? I think the Zoom thing has me all messed up. This is what I get for installing things. Can I have... Where are my hands? Help. Is that under here? Hide hand. No, don't hide hand. Whew. Okay. Crisis averted. I do have hands. Jules says, I went to bed at 2 and woke up at 7. My God. My God. How are you? How are you coherent? It's rainy and gross and I just want to stay inside and play video games. Understandable. 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 We're zooming down. Here we go. Into the fishing hut. Nailed it. Alright, so this has a few enchantments on it, but I would like more. Oh, this is our first time fishing in the pond. And I missed it. I don't know how to fish, I promise. Fishies? Fishies, where are you? Am I too slow today? Am I going to it after the bobber goes down? There we go. There's a fish. Jules gets it. Jules gets it. Knew I liked you. Oh. So the goal is to work the waterfall. So we got this looking pretty good. This is looking all right. Pretty happy with this. It lands into a pond up there, but from this point upward is very bland and not waterfall like. So we've got work to do. But first, fishing. Fishing and coffee. And I want like the ultimate fishing rod. I don't care about anything. I just want the best fishing rod I can get. But I like to fish it up, you know? I feel like fishing up your fishing rod, that's like the ultimate way to fish, right? And we got a fishing hut, so we need to fish appropriately. Yeah, fishy, fishy. Oh. But I think the pond's coming along nice. I like the mud at the bottom. I feel like that's appropriate. Got all the seagrass now. We need to go get some, like, buckets of fish and put them in the pond, huh? There's definitely more. I want to put, like, plants and bushes around the edges, but I think it's looking a lot better than it did when it was just a dirt puddle. A dirt puddle with a little bridge. Hey, Grumpy! Sorry I'm late. I was looking for my headphones. You lost your headphones. Did you check your head? Are they on your head? Well, hi, Grumpy. What are you up to today? You working on your base? Grumpy is one of the lovely folks on the Bedrock Legends server. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Working on your tree. Very nice. Let's do a little shout out here. Grumpy, when do you go live next? Do you have a set schedule? Have I asked you this before? My memory is trash. So, sorry if I've asked you this before, but please share when we can expect to see you live so we know when to come hang out in your chat. You hang out here, we hang out there. That's how it works. Close to completion. I can't wait to see the finished product. Going live tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. All right, folks, you heard it here. You heard it here. 11 a.m. Eastern. We can catch Grumpy live. It's gonna be great. See all the progress he's been making on his base. Oh, of course, of course. Gotta support each other, you know? Lift each other up. Never stingy on the shoutouts. It's silly to be stingy on those. Big fan of being like, hey, this person streams. Check them out right now, or else. Vaguely threatening, you know? Just a little threatening. But Grumpy, look, I've been working on the pond. I think it looks more like a pond now. And we got a fishing hut. It's coming along. Need more rocks. I feel like we need a rock like right there under the water or something. And maybe one on this side. I'm gonna keep tweaking this forever. Looking nice, thank you. I'm really happy with it so far. The grass hides a multitude of sins, I will say that. Whoop, there we go. We're just doing some nice relaxing fishing. Because you gotta break in the fishing hut. And I want the ultimate fishing rod. Because right now we don't have one with, what's the treasure one? So it's lure and I can't remember what the other one's called. Drawing a blank. Greenery does hide a lot of things, exactly. Luck of the sea. Thank you, Jules. And Grumpy in chat. Perfect. At the same time. Look over there, look at the sea. Look over here, look at the sea. Y'all know Minecraft better than I do, apparently. You know, sometimes my brain just doesn't work. You try to come up with something, and it's like, what are those words? What are the words? I swear I know them. Like, have you ever tried to, like, talk about or reference somebody that you've known for a really long time, and it's just like, I know their name. We've known each other for 20 years. That happens to me. Brain just no worky. Names are hard. Yes, names are very hard. I'm like, I know you. And as soon as you start to say your name, I'm gonna know your name. But it's embarrassing sometimes, you know, social etiquette and whatnot. Like, I'm sorry, my brain does not lend to being a, like, good social person. Or words. Does not lend to good words. Words are hard. Names are hard. Every day at work, Jules says. Did you say you have to go in today? Or was it just an at-home worky thing today? Scully, what are you doing? Scully! Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey, get down from there. What are you doing? You know you're not supposed to be up there. Now I dropped my blanket. He was crawling on the table with my camera equipment. That is a very big no. That is my livelihood. Thank you. No work today. Oh, I love that. Okay. All right. Perfect. I think I'm confusing it with yesterday when you said you had to go in for a few hours. How was the Mandarin? I was pissed for you. Like, what a waste of time. People's children, both human and animal. Always getting into trouble. Well, it's getting dark. It's getting dark. Should we put a bed in the fishing hut? We should probably put a bed in the fishing hut. What color bed? Should we leave the black bed here and make a teal one to carry around with us? Maybe put like that. Actually, I don't like that. I feel like it should go in this corner. How about we don't? Good bot. Good Sari bot. I don't even think that came through because they were already restricted. Ah, spam bots. I highly recommend Sari bot if anybody... Look at this. I love this. I feel like this fits so nicely, but you can't really see the waterfall. Can we get the waterfall in the frame too? Do I have to go like this? I feel like that throws everything off. Trying to get the angles, you know? The angles. The angles are very important. Maybe if we go up a few blocks. I have no blocks on me. Alright, I want to go make a teal bed to carry around. Do I have... There's a blue flower. Blue flower. And we have cactus. So that'll make teal. Or cyan. Whatever we call it. Colors. Colors, colors, colors. Hello, Wildy Coyote. How are you? Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Doop-a-doo. Boop, boop. Boop-a-doo. There's my bunny friend. Always hopping around. Alright, we have cactus somewhere. Where is the cactus? Cactus, cactus, cactus. Was it upstairs? Is it in one of these random boxes? I should set up a tiny cactus farm, because... I don't know where I put it. Is that blue dye? Take that. Excellent. Made that earlier, I think. Hello, cactus? I totally have cactus somewhere. Oh, I know. For some reason, I put it in with all the food. We're gonna take this. We're gonna smelt one down to make some green dye. And let's grab some sand. We're gonna put a couple little spots for cactus in the basement. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if we're gonna put all 5, but we're gonna have a little cactus farm in the basement. Boop. Which the basement is a disaster. Don't look at it. Just ignore it. It doesn't exist. Where can we fit this? So if I do... put that back. Good morning, Saken. Hello, hello. I want to drop... Don't forget some clips for the BRB screen. Yeah, I'll have to get some. That's going to be a little more concerning to record on here. I think that there's a possibility of us getting the world download, so I might wait for that. But I definitely want to get a shot of this base at some point for that. I just keep adding clips to it. Because all the ones we've got right now are from the box, the one we share with Jules and Kong. What was I doing? I was dropping. That's what I was going to do. I'm gonna drop Joe Play Cozy. That's a vibe. It's a vibe. Did you know in Europe we don't consider ground floor as the first floor? The first floor is the one above the ground floor. Interesting. I didn't know that. We learned something today, guys. Today we learned. Everybody say thank you, Saken. Thank you for teaching us things. Alright, what if... Hi, Matt. Was that for my landing? Thank you. I landed, guys. Jove's here. Hi, Jove. Oh, the blender's in the corner. Blender's in the corner. How you doing, Jove? It seems like you've been a little busy lately. I hope you're doing well. Hope work's not keeping you down, man. So many lovely people here. I want a spot for my cactuses. So let's see. I can put one cactus there and one cactus here if we keep digging. maybe we'll stick... let's grab all this, actually. Waste not, what not. Maybe... Come on, pick that up, thank you. I don't think we can go too much further that way. Alright, so if we do sand in the ground, sand, 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 then the cactuses, it's gonna be manual. So that goes 1, 2, 3. We need to dig out a little bit more in the ceiling for that to work. Can I put more of these here? Okay, that works. Like, I don't know if this is outside. Shouldn't be. Where's my shovel? Boop, ba-doop, boop, boop, boop. Maybe someday we'll make this look nice, but today is not that day. Alright, we can do 4 then. We can do 4 if we put one more right here. Sand. Cactus. Hey. And I'm gonna put a torch just on the floor in the middle. Manual cactus farm. And I'm just gonna put the cactus back in this chest because that's where it was before. Why not? All this was just to make dye so that I could make a bed. Do I have any wool in here? No, wool's all downstairs, I guess. Mob drops. Wool. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. And the crafty table. Bed. Cyan bed. Okay, there we go. That's more my color. Sure, dye can go. Where did I get this bowl from? Where did this come from? It's going in there. That's where it's going. Okay. Inventory is a mess. I'd like to go back to fishing now. What's happening here? So close, Matt. Oh, you're right on the edge. Didn't contaminate the leaf pile, though. It's just me in there. No poops. I think that's the first weekend in quite a while. This is the first weekend in quite a while that I don't have anywhere to be. I think I'm just going to hang out at home all weekend. Honestly, I love that for you, Jove. Love that. Relax. Recuperate. Very nice. Make it look nice on the 31st. Yeah. Very funny, Matt. Now we're in the last week. We got 1 week left on the server. How wild is that? Today's the 23rd. Yeah. This time next week, we'll be wrapping things up here. Can we survive that long? Will we make it? Or will I get killed because I get distracted fishing off my little dock here? What will it be? Too soon. I need to decorate in here. Very plain in there right now. So far, lots of fish, zero treasure. Well, I guess technically maybe the water bottle counts, since it's not a fish. But where are all the fishing rods at? Give them to me. Give me the fishing rods. What if we just make a bunch of buckets and go get some fish to put in here so that it has some more life? I think we should do that. I think we should go get some fish. Living fish, not the dead ones that I'm fishing up. What did you do on the hardcore server, Cathedora? I made a pond, and then I fished out of it. Real risky living here. Super risky. Any minute now, we'll get a fishing rod. At least we have lure, so it goes quickly. Ish. Quickly-ish. Quickish. So did anybody get snow this week? I saw some places were getting snow. I believe Matt got snow. We need a fishing emote. There's an idea. What was the swear? SNOW? I'm so sorry. This is... I'm so sorry for using such vulgar language. The S word. There was some S word on the roof of Jove's garage the other day, but not on the ground. What was that sound? And why do I only see one kitty cat in the room? Scully's getting into trouble, I think. Or it was the people upstairs. Who's to say? It was probably Scully. Hey, Gio, how are you? Happy Saturday. Hey, Gio's on. Look at that. Hello, Gio. No S word in Sakin's area. No more solar panels falling either. That's the strangest of weather patterns. All right, we got all these barrels. Shall we put stuff in them? Fish. And random mob drops and bottles of water. There we go. At least the fishing rod's almost repaired. And I think it's funny that it's Curse of Vanishing, because like if it vanishes when I die, oh well. Oh well. Watching Storm Bert. That's the name of the storm? Bert? It's a weird name for a storm. It's honestly kind of silly that we name storms, huh? It's like, your storm, Jennifer. Stormbert. Stormbert. Okay, I like that. I hope it's not too crazy over there for you, Gio. Storms make me a little nervous. When it gets windy and stuff outside, I get a little anxious about the property. I'm like, please don't break anything. Please don't send any trees through my roof or my windows or on my car. That'd be great if there was no damage. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. I hope you get to go see them soon. 2-hour journey. Oh, over some exposed bridges? Yeah. That sounds like good to stay home just in case. Going over bridges in rough weather is so scary. So I'm specifically in Rhode Island in New England, and we have the Newport Bridge. And I've been over that a couple times when it was either really, really foggy, which is super spooky when you go over it in a thick fog, or in the wind and the whole thing's swaying. Oh God. I don't go down that way too often, but I don't like when the whole road's moving. Not a big fan of that. Swing a bit in high winds, yeah. Spooky stuff. So best to be cautious. I totally respect that. But I do hope you get to make new plans to go see your family soon. I just want a fishing rod. A nicer fishing rod that has Luck of the Sea on it. But I'm determined to fish it up myself. Determined. Oh dear. Oh, we're getting a raid! We're getting Ratfinks. Hello! And Jojo. Jojo's coming in with Ratfinks. Hello! Welcome in, everyone. Ratfinks, what were you up to? Was it a Sudoku stream? This is your first ever raid? I'm honored. I am legitimately honored. Welcome in, everyone. Let's get a shout out here for Ratfinks. There we go. That's how we spell things. Wait, nope, that's not quite how we spell things. Shout out /Ratfinks is not a command, guys. Don't know if you knew that. That's not how you shout people out. You don't just slash their username. But welcome in. What were you up to? How was your stream? First ever proper stream. Really? I don't know why I thought you streamed more regularly. No, don't slash Ratfinks. That's bad. Don't slash the raiders. Don't do that. It was terrifying. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, thank you so much for choosing me for your first raid. That's amazing. Everybody go follow Ratfinks. Especially if you like Sudoku. I hang out in some Sudoku streams. Jojo in chat there does Sudoku. The game rules tend to confuse me because Sudoku is much more complicated than I ever thought it was. I thought it was just that 9x9 grid and you put 1 through 9 in every 3x3. No, there are some wild rules. Some absolutely mind-boggling rule sets when you get really into it, apparently. Oh, a fishing rod! Is this the one? No. Not quite. Not quite. I want one with luck of the sea. We'll keep fishing. Dropping the... I love that emote. I love that Danny emote, Jojo. Did a couple of crappy ones from mobile, but this was the first proper one. Oh, well, that's exciting. Are you planning on streaming more frequently now? It gets easier. It does, I promise. It gets easier as you go. It's a little nerve-wracking to hit the start stream button every time, but once you get into it, at least that's my take on it. Keldon's here. Hi, Keldon. How you doing, bud? You're Bud today, apparently. How you doing, bud? Well, I'll have to catch you. Am I actually following you? Hold on, let me make sure I'm following you. Just double check real quick. Shout you out, make sure I'm following back. No, I'm not. I will fix that right now. There we go. I will try to pop in next time. If you have a plan for the next time you're gonna be doing that. Next time you plan to go live, let me know. I'd love to stop in. Hang out, be as confused as I am in JoJo's stream. So we're here on the Bedrock Legends Minecraft server. It's a hardcore server for our new people here. Hardcore means you have one life. And this is a server that started out with 30 different creators. I have a little command for it here. 30 creators, one life apiece, and it's running for the month of November. So we're getting to the end here, and I'm still alive by some miracle. By some miracle, I am not dead yet. Yet, in parentheses. Not dead yet. So far we've lost 13 of the 30 creators, most of them in the first couple of days. The deaths luckily have really teetered off since the first couple of days as everybody got geared up and everything. But yeah, I am alive and we've been building. Let me show things off a little bit. Let's see. This is my little fishing hut. This is what we built yesterday. It's not detailed really. It's just a structure. We got a couple barrels and stuff in here. I gotta add some like decor or something. Maybe some fish and item frames on the wall. I don't know. How do you decorate a fishing hut? Really? This is my little bridge here. We spent a lot of time detailing. This pond was not here. So that waterfall in this pond was not here at all. This was just grass. So we dug it out, we put some water in, we added some texture, some rocks, we added this little bridge, some lily pads over here. I wanted a pond because my house is up there on the hill, which we chose this area because it has all these gorgeous mountains, and there's even more on the other side, so you can see them over there. Absolutely gorgeous seed that was chosen for this world here. So this is my little house up on the hill. We planted a little cherry blossom, lots of flowers. See, Cathadoras, this is mine. This is my house. We come in here. This is my storage room with no labeling, so it's really confusing to figure out where everything is. My kitchen area. We got a little fireplace. It's a fireproof fireplace. It will not set my house on fire, luckily. We've got my kitty cat Mulder represented in the game. And Scully. Those are our two in real life cats. Occasionally you'll see them on the cat cam below, but not today. Mulder's in the bed, but you can't see him. He's in a different bed. And who knows where Scully is. And we got Jesse. And so that's it for real life pets. Unfortunately, Jesse did pass this year, but we got him in Minecraft form. You know, he lives on in Minecraft and in emotes. And these are two cats we don't actually have, but we are considering getting another cat and naming it Cooper. We got Harry and Cooper. If you watch Twin Peaks, you'd understand. So this is my house. Back here is my little garden. But yeah, look at the mountains. Look at the mountains. Like, I had to build here. It's so nice. It's such a gorgeous view. But when I was looking out the windows here, I was like, I feel like it needs something down there. Like, I feel like it needed something. So we added a little waterfall trickling down from the ice. We started texturing and stuff on this part, but we got to do more all the way up. And we built a little pond and my little fishing hut. And it's all coming together. this is what we've done. We started November 1st, and that's what we've done so far. We built a house, and we built a pond. Other people have been fighting the Wither, and going into the ancient cities, and going into the end, and I'm like, I'm afraid to go into the Nether. We've been to the Nether a couple times. I'm getting a little braver, but this is what we've worked on. Everybody else is doing daring things, and I'm like, I'm gonna build a pond. Geo is also on Team Alive. Did I give a little shout out for Geo yet? If you haven't already, please go follow Geo. She is lovely, and she is also on Team Alive. Go Team Alive. Loving all the terrain on the server. Me too. It's just so beautiful. We can take a little fly around here. So yeah, this is all my area. Oh, actually, I don't want to fly into the spawn village too much. We can show off the mountain range a little bit. Grumpy's working on his base and tree, but we can see from here. We can get a little. Is this snowy snow? So this is where we started out, in this little basin here. There is a tower thing over there. That's where we spawned in. Zloy built this gorgeous tower, and Zeroed is building the Church of Big Salmon, and that's the Big Salmon. And can we get a shot of Jen's dragon without spoiling too much? Jen Fire built the coolest dragon. I want to show it off a little bit. I just don't want to spoil anything. Where's the dragon? Am I not going the right way? Oh, tree. Don't ignore that. Don't look over there. You saw nothing. There's the dragon. All right, we're not spoiling things if we look from here. This is the incredible dragon that Jen built. It's huge. I'd get closer, but Grumpy's stuff is over there, and I don't want to spoil anything. So that's Jen's dragon. It's absolutely massive. Can we get a little closer to it? Feel free? Feel free? Is it? Alright, we can't really see it. Oh no! Oh no. Oh no. Do I have my snow boots on me? I do. One moment. We're fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. Ignore the snow. Alright, there we go. See, I showed you what I built, but then it's like, look at what other people are building. Look at this dragon. How crazy is that? It's huge. And I would be so afraid to build something up in the air like that, because I would absolutely fall to my death. Oh, over there we got Ozcat's base. Ozcat Dad's base. But, like, goodness. It's amazing. I'm just, like, blown away by the things people have been building. And then people have been building, like, farms and stuff. There's creeper farms. There's trident farms. There's iron farms. And I'm just like, I'm gonna build a little fishing hut. Alright, my base is over this way. But it's like, it's such a gorgeous scene. Like, we spawned in and it's just surrounded in mountains and cherry blossoms. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Feel free to fly by. Okay. Feel free. But yeah, this is what we're working on. The pond and the house. And my goal today is to work on this. But first, I want a fishing rod. I want a maxed out fishing rod with all the enchants. The Rapunzel Tower. Oh my god, it is a Rapunzel Tower. It's so cool though. Ponds are important, Ratfangs. I agree. I agree. I like how Keldon used the Jessie Yell emotes. Yes, so the graphics showing like which creators are alive and which ones have died. Somehow Geo was both in the list of dead and the list of alive. So Schrodinger's cat. Yes. Schrodinger, I can't pronounce it. Words are hard. Mouth, brain, no worky. But yeah, this is the Legend server, or a little snippet of it. We'll probably take a big tour of everything at the end of the month. It's unfortunate that we've lost some good creators along the way, though. Almost half. Almost half. I'm just hoping there's no further deaths. We're gonna make it to the end of the month with 17 of us alive. That's what I think is gonna happen. But yeah, if you're interested, there is that Legends command. You can click that. I'll put it in chat one more time. There's a link that links to the Discord for the server and all of the creators' links, like either to YouTube or Discord. A lot of great people, a lot of fun. Highly recommend. This is the first time I've been a part of an SMP with all these people. I've only ever played Minecraft either solo or with Bedtime Jules and my fiance Kisser Kong. Like, that's the extent of my cooperative Minecraft. Me and Kong watch a lot of Minecraft content, like the Hermits, of course. But I never thought I'd be on a server like this. It's really cool. Sleepy times. Sleepy times. Sleepy times. Sleepy times. Sleepy times. Having a lot of fun. Alright, I am determined to get this fishing rod. Get the fishing rod, then we can move on with our lives and do more important things. How long have we been live? A little over an hour. Are we coming up on an ad break? Because I could actually use a little break. Let's see. Where's that thing? I could run one. I might manually run an ad break and take a quick little break. So I am gonna log out here. We're gonna throw up the BRB screen. And I will be back in just a few minutes. Feel free to play dropped in the meantime. It looks like it's reset. Just do !drop along with a little emote of your choice. Or you can leave it blank. You don't have to put an emote. It'll give you a little cute little icon to drop instead if you don't add one. But it's a good chance to show off your favorite emotes. And I love seeing the emotes people use. So feel free to do that, and I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Listen!
Don't have a crab attack.
Ew, no, David.
Oh my god.
Looks like we had some successful landings while I was away. Let's see, we got Jojo and Grumpy landed. Anyone else land? I think that was it, but we've also got a cute drop. But first, clappies. Clappies for those who landed. Those sounds worked when did it cue them like it's supposed to? Did they play not overlapping? Did the setting actually work? It did not cue them? Oh. I don't know why they gave me that setting if it doesn't work. Alright, well we got a queue drop, so let's set a little timer. Looks like most of you are in it already, so let's see. Set timer, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, thank you. Oh, Matt redeemed that. I thought it was going to be Keldon. Thank you, Matt, for redeeming the queue drop. No, stop. Thank you. Thank you for setting the timer. We're done now. The phone was still talking to me. So get your drops in, everybody. Pick your favorite emote. Do exclamation point drop. And we'll all drop together in just a few moments. I'm doing Jessiel. Gotta go with the Jessiel this time. Joe with his Jove wins. Got some hopeful wishes there.
All right!
Zeri with the pants emote. I love that pants emote. It's just so cute. It's so weird. I'm a big fan of the weird emotes. I think that's why I got drawn into Joe. Like, look at that. It's so weird. I love it. I hate my phone talking to me. I also hate people talking to me on my phone. Yeah, I had to spend like an hour yesterday on the phone with our cell phone provider because we just switched from one provider to another, and it happened this week, but for some reason we weren't getting most of our phone calls or text messages. Like, my partner was trying to log into his banking app, and it's like, we're gonna send you a code to your text to verify it too, you know, the two-factor authenticator or whatever. He never got the text. And when we try to call each other, I get sent straight to his voicemail, he gets sent straight to mine. His mom couldn't call him. So, like, we weren't getting our phones or our text messages for some reason since we transferred the number over. Spent an hour on the phone. The tech guy was fantastic. Just kept ragging on the old provider, actually, because it was their fault. Allegedly. That's what he told me anyway. But our phones seem to be fixed now. But it took almost an hour on the phone. And I was like, this is my nightmare. Even though you are being so nice and funny and trying your best to make this painless, I hate every moment of this. Alrighty, so I got my drop in. Anybody else want to get a drop in? Last call. We're coming up on the 2 minutes here. I'm gonna wait to log in until we do the drop. That way I don't have to worry about anything else. Take a little sip of water before we go. Oh, Jojo redeemed a hydrate, it looks like, actually. So we've got to drink water. That Jojo says so. Everybody get your waters, get your bevs. Gotta hydrate. Take a big old sip. Excuse me while I drip water down the side of my face. I know how to use my mouth, I swear. I've been drinking water for a long time. I can do it just fine. And there's our timer. All right, folks, are we ready? Are we ready? We're starting the drop. In 5, 4, Kelton. 3, 2, 1. We're dropping. Here we go. All right, come on. Let's get in that leaf pile, folks. This is what we've been training for. Zeri with the chaos bits, adding a little bit of chaos to the mix. Anything could happen. Jove's getting bumped around. Sakin's bumping Jojo back. Oh no. Guys. Chaos wins.
You're my family and I love you, but you're terrible. You're all terrible.
I don't say that.
Well, that's all you say.
You kind of do.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable indeed. But chaos wins. That was honestly, yeah, Jules is like perfect. That's exactly what I was about to say. Very, very good for chaos. Clappies for chaos. Chaos wins. Chaos wins. Everybody can blame Azeri for that one. Thank you for the bit, Zeri. Oh, Jojo, you can't say the S word. Goodness. I learned today that it's a swear. Had about an inch of S word overnight. Had enough rain today to completely wash it all away. Yeah, we've been getting quite a bit of rain, which, as they say, we really needed it. We really needed this rain. We actually really did. It's been very dry around here. So we got a bunch of rain this week. But I'm like, I feel like this could have been snow. It could have... Oh, sorry. Oh, I try not to say such vulgar words on my stream. Try to keep things family friendly here for the most part. So sorry. I apologize. That one slipped out. What I really need is summer. Yeah. Kelton. I'd like to speak to the manager of Drop. Honestly, same, Jove. Same. Shall we reset? Reset, drop. There we go. I don't know why the whole screen goes black when we reset it. It's like it resets itself just fine. And when we do the Q drop, it's just fine. Why does it reset like that when I do the command? Weird. Anyway, feel free to practice your drops. We're going to do a little more fishing. Very exciting content here on the Cathedora channel. All fishing all the time. This is actually the fishing network. I don't know if you knew that. Hey, Pucky's on. Heyo. Waffle bacon. Oh. Geo. That got me. That was amusing. Alright, I expect some solid drops over there from you folks. Sakin's giving it a go. Jove. Jojo. Guys, the pile of leaves moved since last time. You gotta aim for the middle. Come on, Keldon. Come on, Keldon. No, Keldon. Oh, Keldon? Ah, twice. Twice. I thought you had it. Twice. Yeah, we're not doing so hot today. It's okay. I believe in all of you. You can do it. You can do it.
Ew, no, David.
All right, so I don't know why the sound effects still don't queue, even though I selected that option on the website. It's like, do you want them all to play at once, or do you want it to be in a queue form? And I'm like, please queue them so it's not just chaos in my ears. Nobody wants to listen to that. It doesn't work, though. They just play all at once.
Yeah. Okie dokie.
I love Bob's Burgers. See, this is perfect for me, the little sound effects. I'm like, these are all sounds that I like. Some of my favorite things. Really, all of this is for me. None of this is for you guys. This is just for my benefit. Like, who could be sad listening to a sound like that, right? It's just such a happy sound.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. We might switch some of them up, add more in, take some away. We have a few empty slots for more sounds. Have you considered TTS? No, not really. That makes me a little nervous. A little nervous. I like having control. Matt, do exclamation point alerts. There's a command for that, Matt. You have to pay for those, though. You're not jump scaring me for free. But be strategic about it, okay? You gotta be strategic about it. Does this sound make sense in the current context? Otherwise, it's gonna be a waste of bits for you. Free bits for me. I think it depends on your crowd. I have TTS on all the time and it never gets used anyway. I didn't even know you had it, to be honest. Jove says nothing could ever go wrong with TTS. Oh my god, guys, look at the days played. That is such a nice number. Oh my god, hold on. We need a selfie on day 2222. Hold on. Oh, if I hide that, then that goes away. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna be... Yeah? Oh no, I have my shield. I don't want the shield. Go away, shield. And angles. Angles get the house and the mountains. There I am. That's a satisfying number. If you didn't know, I'm a big fan of even numbers. That's why all the alerts are for even numbers. Sounds like a helicopter. I did not know that. Jove's gonna try it. If only Andrew streamed today. Makes you laugh there, Keldon. I just want a sound alert, which is a creeper just before it explodes. We have that. We have that here. Where did... Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Hi. Hi. I'm trying to fish here, Puggy. I'm trying to fish. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Look at this mess. But... Litter bug. My beautiful pond has been polluted by netherrack. How dare. And because this isn't water source blocks, a bunch of them sank. Thank you for cleaning up my mess. Not my mess, your mess. Thank you for cleaning up the mess that you made in my pond. Wow. Wow. Did you guys see that? What are you doing, Puggy? Are you actually listening? Can you hear me? Or am I just talking? Okay, thanks. So generous. Look at all this beautiful netherrack we have now. Free netherrack, guys. What are you up to? So like my pond, it's supposed to be nice and clean for swimming. See, wee. Swimming and fishing and all sorts of fun activities. Not for littering. Do not litter in the pond. No littering. But feel free to hang out and fish if you want. Fishing, swimming, all that's welcome. But littering, absolutely not. Leave no trace, as they say. Leave only footprints. Criminal caught in 4K. Bold of you to think that I'm streaming in 4K. Am I even streaming in 1080p? I don't even know. I don't watch my own stream. I don't know what I stream in. That's definitely the limit, though. Can't believe the audacity of that puggy. Did you see that? Did you see that? $1080p is default? Yeah, okay. I thought so. I figured that's what it was. Oh, there's still a piece of netherrack over there. I gotta go clean that up. Oh, excuse me.
Don't have a crab attack.
I'm having a crab attack. Come into my beautiful pond, drop netherrack all over the place. So, oh, the audacity. I'm just gonna sit here. Oh, we gotta waterlog that. Where is it? Hold on. Which one? This one? There we go. Okay. Any other things that need to be waterlogged? No. Oh, there's another piece of netherrack. I'm gonna be finding this everywhere. Unbelievable. Can't even sleep yet. I forgot to fill my water bucket up again. Ugh. There we go. So is the overall consensus that we enjoy the additional sound clips? I was joking when I said it's just for me. I do want to make sure that you all think it's a positive addition and not a detraction or a nuisance. It could easily be abused, as we found out, by everybody playing them all at once. But there's cooldowns. You can't do that forever. I did increase the cooldowns on things, so it's not too much. Still annoyed the queue feature doesn't work, though. Matt, don't give... No. No. Somebody delete that. Excuse me. Hold on. Wow. Absolutely not. The audacity. Keldon likes the sounds. Good. Good. I'm glad. That's one more vote for yes sounds. Keep sounds. And maybe we'll like swap them out for other sounds and whatnot as we go. But I spent like way too much time. I spent way too much time actually like making custom icons for it because I wanted the icon to represent what the sound was rather than it being just the default image and all of them the same. Then you can't at a glance see what it is. Like, no, I want Linda's face on the icon if you're redeeming Linda's sounds. So I spent like way too much time setting that up because you gotta find the picture and then you gotta resize it to 3 very specific sizes. But I apparently have all the time in the world. Mods abusing their powers. Nope, that was me. I will gladly say that I am the one that deleted that incredibly offensive message, Matt. I have customized every single default Twitch alert and I don't even stream. Everybody go follow Jules. Go follow Bedtime Jules, please. She is wonderful. She is not only my mod and not only on the shared Minecraft world, not this one, the other one. She's one of my best friends and one of the best people I know, and you should follow her. Every once in a great while, like every 6 months or so, Jules will stream. I read JoJo's name. Jules will stream. So if we all follow Jules, she might stream more. Maybe we can even get her to stream some Minecraft. That could be fun. I want to watch Jules play some Minecraft.
All right.
Yeah. See, I think Grumpy's all here for it. Grumpy, did you see that litter bug that came through here just a moment ago? Did you witness that horrific crime against nature? My beautiful pond, littered with netherrack. I'll never recover from this. I'm shocked. You shot him? Hopefully it was just a warning shot. Yes. Yes, okay, so Matt agrees that was the worst. What's the point of being a mod if you can't abuse your power? Good question, Jove. Good question. Bold of you to say that message twice in chat, Matt. Thought you would have learned your lesson after the first punishment. Yes, we need to see the end of that scary game, Jules. Just saying. Oh, you were up on the waterfall? I didn't notice. I didn't notice, Grumpy. Thank you. Thank you for protecting the pond. Thank you. You hit him, but just once. All right, yeah, we don't want any blood spilled over the pond. I like to protect nature, but in peaceful manners. That's one of the ways to be a mod. We control, we can abuse our power. There's several ways of being a mod. All right, I hope you don't feel too pressured by me, Jules. I'm mostly who's that? Who goes there? Who goes there? Why is my Zoom not working? There it is. Where'd it go? Ugh, I'm on edge. I'm just trying to fish. Have a peaceful fishing time here at the pond. I'm just gonna zoom here. Look at the nice horsey in the background. That's actually a nice little... Oh, it disappeared. Such a fine line between mod and troll. It really is. It really is. But at the end of the day, we protect the stream. That is the underlying responsibility. But we gotta have fun while doing it, you know? We gotta have a little fun. Though honestly, banning people, oh, such a rush. Such a rush banning a jerk. When somebody's legitimately being cruel, just getting rid of them, it's like, ha. Enjoy internet jail. You're gone now. Love to ban. Love to ban. Spam bots aren't as fun, but when someone's like just been begging for a ban, oh, such a rush. Being a troll is part of being a mod. Yes, absolutely, Grumpy. I agree. I do not feel pressured. I really do wish I had more energy for it. Okay. I just don't want... I can be a little much sometimes. I don't want to be too obnoxious about it. But you absolutely all should follow Jules. She's wonderful. And even if she never streams again, she deserves a follow. I had to explain to someone in Joe's stream last night why Nightbot thought they posted a link and deleted their message. Oh, not last night. Nighttime for you, but it was morning time for me, or afternoon for me. I guess I missed that. That might have been after I left to do my errands. For those who are not aware, Matt and Jove are both fellow mods over at the Joe Plays Violin stream, which my time on Twitch did begin with Minecraft streams. Apparently I've had my account a while. I don't remember making this years ago, but in about 2020, you know, start of the pandemic, I started watching some Minecrafters streaming. I'm like, this is a thing. This is fun. I'll watch this. And then they raided into a music streamer. And that music streamer raided into Joe. And I'm like, these are my people. This is where I shall now be for all eternity. I live here now. And thus my addiction to Twitch began, especially the music side of Twitch. Baby pug. Aw, little baby pug. Parenthood. Parent responsibilities. Ayo. Oh. I was a little late on my wave. That was my goodbye wave. Oh yeah, we don't have that command. I don't even know how to set that up. There's a lot about Twitch I don't understand still. Still lurking? Thanks, Puggy. I appreciate it. Good luck with Baby Pug. What am I missing? Had to explain to someone in Julia's stream yesterday that mods are the biggest trolls. It is. It's a requirement. You gotta be able to have a little fun with it. I used to watch a while bunch of real toxic gaming streams. Yeah, see, initially I didn't think I'd like Twitch because there's just so much, like, it was overwhelming. Like, I'm not into watching people scream at each other while they're playing, like, an FPS or something. I don't like the total chaos of some streams when they're, like, just really loud and constant chaos. Like, I like a little bit of chaos. I like fun chaos, kind chaos, you know, like the chaos of, like, Danny streams or Andy the Frenchie streams. That kind of chaos, all for it. Wholesome chaos. But when people are just assholes, not my thing. I'm overstimulated by that. I don't like being yelled at. I don't like constant loud noises. So I was like, I'm not gonna like this. What is all this? This is not my thing. And then Minecraft streams. Why? Oh, I have my leather boots on. That's silly. Put those back. But yeah. Turns out a lot of Minecraft streams are very chill. And it's just artistry, I guess, is what I would call it. Watching people build, or even Redstone. I never understand what's going on with Redstone, but I'm just, like, amazed by what people can do. It's like that side of Twitch and music Twitch where people are just creating beautiful things and expressing themselves. All for that. Absolutely for that. A lot of crafting streams I like. Too much yelling immediately becomes a sensory... Exactly. Jules gets it. That guy's message was a bit spicy for what you normally see in Joe's stream anyhow. Oh. Yeah, Nightbot mistakes. Anytime you accidentally put a period without a space, my Nightbot will be like, that's a link. You can't post that. It's funny when that gets flagged. I don't like the huge streamers whose chat goes so fast you can't even keep up with it. Yeah. Yeah. Or when it's just walls of, like, 30 emotes in one message. It's a little excessive. And this chat's going, like wild. I like the calmer side of Twitch. The cozier side, the kind side. But cozy chaos is the best. And, yeah, there's some really just wonderful people on Twitch that I enjoy their company. In a way, it is company. Internet company, but it's community. Digital community. And there's nothing wrong with that. I used to go at Asmongold. Constant scrolling. Yeah, that sounds a little much for me. They demanded that of you? That's weird. Exactly, Jojo. Don't demand that, especially because your mods are here most of the time by volunteer. Like, They're volunteering their time.
Ew, no, David.
Ew, no, David, exactly. Like, obviously you're gonna have certain guidelines for your mods and stuff on how you want your community moderated and how things will go, like with regards to like a song list and stuff like that, if that applies to you. But demanding that? No. I will gladly add engagement to a stream that I'm enjoying, but it's gotta be natural. I'm not gonna chat just to chat. And there's so many ways of like naturally encouraging engagement, but also engagement isn't everything. It's definitely not everything. And no offense, if the chat was constantly moving, I would never get anything done. Or I'd be ignoring a lot of the messages. It would just happen. I would never be able to focus on both things. So like a natural flow of chat where it's like you're having a back and forth or people are sharing things and you're responding, stuff like that. The natural flow of chat is where it's at, in my opinion. If someone's like, you have to chat as my mod, you have to keep the chat moving, I'd be like, I'm gonna go elsewhere. Goodbye. Jove, that would be the perfect reply. That is malicious compliance at its best. Hello, Mr. Jerkface. Here is the regularly scheduled message that you require of us mods. Doesn't help that they then attacked the emotes for another streamer. Oh. Ew. Ew. Exactly, Jules. That's honestly the hardest job as a streamer, to pick up and join the conversation when you want without it taking over the content. Yeah. I was a little worried about streaming hardcore because I'd never played hardcore, so it's a new experience for me. And the pressure's on. But like, I think we got a decent balance of staying alive and getting what needs to be done and chatting. Like, this is perfect time to be chatting with you guys because it's we should be safe here. This is very chill. I still want my fishing rod. I haven't accidentally fished it up while I wasn't looking, right? That's the one I did earlier. But like, there's times where you can focus more on chat and times where you can't. Oh wait, no. Excuse me.
Hey, listen.
I'm listening, Jules. I have an important question. I'm listening. Okay, you got my undivided attention. Matt, if you need that attention, do this.
What you doing?
What you doing? I'm listening to Jules' question. Or getting ready to read Jules' question. I'm waiting.
All right.
I'm waiting. Jules! Are you just teasing me? Is that what's happening? Are you just teasing me and distracting me? I think she's just teasing me. Very rude. Very rude indeed. Feather falling. Oh, those are my boots. Those are my boots. Boop-a-doo. Where do we want to put all this random stuff? If you happen to come into possession of a certain new Life is Strange game, would you play it on stream or off? I haven't put any thought into it, but I suppose if I do end up coming into possession of Life is Strange, the new one, that I could stream it. I could. maybe that's something I will consider after this whole Legends thing wraps up. Might be Minecrafted out at that point. Just kidding. I'll never get sick of Minecraft. We'll take breaks. We take breaks, but we'll never really get sick of it. But yeah, I'll consider that. I would suggest checking your Steam at this point. No. She better not have. Nobody better have done that. Absolutely not. Kelden, are you not familiar with Life is Strange? Oh my god. Jules really, really loves Life is Strange. I also really love Life is Strange. I think she's a slightly bigger fan than me, though. But I've enjoyed it. Life is Strange follows Max Caulfield, who is at like an art high school kind of thing, artsy high school, and she ends up getting the power to rewind time. So you make a decision, and if you don't like the outcome, you rewind time, and you can do it differently. That's like the main premise of it. An artsy private junior college. Yes, that. Junior college, not a high school, I guess. I don't know. That like age range. Thinking about Life is Strange makes you cry. Yes. But beautiful game, and I definitely connect with the Max character quite a bit. Could call it high school, but it's bougie like college. Yeah, it's somewhere in that area. Have I put any? I don't have any. We're gonna put the boots over here, and the other fishing rod I'll put in here, and then this one we'll put that, and the sticks. There we go. Oh, Jove. Did I see Matt's landing? I think I missed that, Matt, earlier. Sorry. Like 5 minutes ago. I get distracted by Jules' very important question. But clappies. No. No, I don't believe I did, Jules. There's so many of, there's like, what are there, like 4 of them now or something? I played the first one. Double Exposure's the new one, yes. I don't think I played Before the Storm. Is that the one that came out? There are 4. 2 and 3 are not related. 4 is the sequel one. 4 is the sequel to 1. Okay, so 4 is Double Exposure. Did 1 have like a tagline? Life is strange. We're getting distracted. That one's just Life is Strange, like straight, right? Yeah, I don't think I've played Before the Storm. So is it a entirely Very funny, Matt. Very funny. Hilarious. Oh, you got grumpy too.
Yeah.
Excellent use of the evil laugh as well. Perfect. That was beautiful, actually. You know, I can't even be mad about that. That was beautiful. That was beautiful, Matt. It's a prequel. It details Chloe. Oh, I think I started playing Before the Storm. Is Before the Storm the one that starts out where you're trying to go to some rock show and she's like super angsty? Is that the one that starts out? I couldn't get past that. Oh my god. I started playing that one and I was just like annoyed. But if you're saying I should play it, I believe I actually own it on the Switch. If I can figure out why my computer flickers when I plug in the OBS was like freaking out when I plugged in my the capture card to play off my Switch. So or did I get that for Steam? I'd have to check. I might already own Before the Storm, and we can totally play that if I own it. And then we'll play Double Exposure. A story game would be good. A nice little change from this, probably. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Grumpy. That's the risk you take when listening to my stream now, apparently. So, more bang for your buck on those... More bang for your bits, rather, on those sound alert redeems. You might catch somebody else who's playing Minecraft and listening simultaneously. Yes, wings are very smart to have. I have mine on. Grumpy provided these wings. One day, Grumpy not only gave us an awesome raid, he showed up and he gave me wings and shulker shells, so I haven't had to go to the end, which is truly wonderful, because I don't like the end. So, in case you didn't know, now you know. Grumpy gave us these wings and shulker shells. He even showed up with the books to enchant it. Like, come on. Not only the shells, not only the wings, the books. Oh. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Just completes the portrait of Rachel Amber and you get a lot of insight into what's going on with Chloe. That would be some good insight. The end is a kick in the teeth. Great. Can't wait to cry. Can't wait. Guys, might cry on stream. Might happen. Come on, can I please have... I refuse to give up. We've been streaming for 2 hours and I still haven't gotten my fishing rod. I don't know if we're doing any detailing today. Oh look, a nautilus shell. Scientists should study me and the effect Life is Strange has had on me. Jules. Time for me to head out in search of food. Alright, Jules. You have a great rest of your day. Great weekend if I don't see you around. You take care. Enjoy your food. The Last of Us. I already know what happens in The Last of Us. I watched Kong play both of them. And I watched Andrew play it. I helped Kong a little bit. I didn't play through it myself, but I did help. Not to brag, but I'm pretty good at realizing when there's like a way of beating a puzzle. So like if Kong's struggling on something, I'll usually be like, hey, do you want me to tell you what probably needs to happen here? But like playing games like that, I'm not really good with games that require like quick reflexes. The zombies would probably stress me out. Does the show The Last of Us follow the story of the game? So I did watch through that first season that they released of The Last of Us, and I think it did a really good job of following the story, but also adding additional like background and character development. Like they really played on your emotions with that. Honestly, oh god. I need to watch that again. So yeah. Yeah. We should be getting like the next season next year or something, right? You still haven't watched it, Jules? Well, maybe we can arrange something. Because Kong didn't watch it either. I think he started watching it when we watched it in Andrew's Discord. And then I said I was going to buy the box, the DVD, so that Kong and I could watch it. And then I never did that. In true me fashion. Oh, I love this thing. We should buy it and watch it together. Except I totally forgot I said we were going to do that. And now it's been 8 months. Wasn't 100%, but his dad says they expanded it in certain places. But obviously you can't recreate the game 100%. Yeah, exactly. It's not, you can't. And there's stuff that you need to leave out and stuff that needs to be just little Easter eggs instead of the full thing. I think they did a really good job with it. And when it comes to The Last of Us 2, I have some very strong opinions on that storyline that I will not get into because it involves a lot of spoilers. Loved it, but enjoy your lunch, Grumpy. I did ultimately love the second game, but it's not how I would have done it. I did love the fact that they had the voice actors for Joel and Ellie in the show. Were they different characters? I don't think I picked up on that. I'm so bad with actors and actresses. Oh, Ellie's mom. Okay. All right. Yeah, there are very, very few, like, celebrities that I know by name. Anyone else still on? Ah, Gio's still here. Just like, am I the only one? Are we tired of looking at this pond yet? I'm determined. I'm not giving up yet. We'll be here. We'll do this the entire stream if we have to. Viewership just plummets. Ashley Johnson was Ellie's mom. Troy Baker was in the cult part. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did not pick up on that. Oh, we gotta hide lighting too. That's the other thing. I want to work on the waterfall and I want to hide all the lighting. That's why I bought all those lanterns. I hate the torches. I want them to go away. Oh, hello, little wandering trader. How are you? It is bedtime. The nights. You've met Troy Baker? Oh, nice, Matt. You got like a lot of like signatures and stuff, don't you? Did you finish the Beetlejuice diorama you were making? Has anybody been making anything fun lately? Any crafts? Anybody doing any like handmade gifts for the holidays? I always say I want to do handmade gifts for the holidays, and then suddenly it's 2 weeks before Christmas and I didn't do anything. Keldon with the Q drop. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Q drop. There we go. Preserved a yellow jacket and a beetle in resin. Ooh. Oh, look at you. That's very you. I need a smaller grave, but no one makes them the right size. I've asked the person I got one from on Etsy if they can make a smaller, but waiting to hear back from them. Gotcha. All right, get your drops in. Keldon has queued a Q drop game. That means we'll all be dropping together in a few moments. We're gonna set a timer. Set timer 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Shh, quiet. Everybody get your emotes in. Let's see. What do I want to drop? I'm gonna drop, speaking of gravestones, I'll drop the gravestone. Not that this is predicting the future or anything. I'm not dying today. We're keeping things very, very calm, very safe. A little bit of littering earlier, but get your drops in. Get your drops in. All right, I have a legitimate question because I do not know, and I would like you to give me a straight answer because this is the one I'm going with. Whatever you say. Is it Drawn or Dr. Han? Because I have heard you called both in various streamers, and I don't know which one's right. Or if either of those are wrong. Please tell me what the correct way is. It's Dr. Saken, you're not lying to me, are you? I'm waiting for confirmation. Ah, the QC is Quebec. That makes sense. That feels like something someone who would lie would say. All right, we're going with that. We're going with Dr. Han then. I hope that's correct. I've not received confirmation from the user themselves, but sure. Zeri? Zeri, no one asked you, Zeri. All right, we're going with Dr. Han until somebody who's not Zeri tells me otherwise. I hope that's right. I truly do. Drawn? Wait, which is it? Drawn? Drawn? Is Dr. Han like Dr. Pepper? Like John with a doctor. I'm even more confused. I shouldn't even have asked. Keldon, go away, Keldon. Nobody asked you, Keldon. I shouldn't have asked. I should have just not ever used your name. I hate it here. I hate it here. We're done. Stream's over. Goodbye. Just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, we got a follower. Hi, welcome in. Welcome in. Hey, it's Marina. Marina? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. My chat's just trolling me right now when all I'm trying to do is make sure that I am addressing everybody as they would like to be addressed. I hate it here. But thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. We're just doing some fishing here on the Bedrock Legends server. because I am a coward and don't want to do anything
You're my
risky.
family and I love you, but you're terrible. You're all terrible.
I don't say that.
Well, that's all you say.
You're all terrible.
Unbelievable.
You're all terrible. It is me. I hate to admit it, but I am a bit of a Bob sometimes. More often a Linda.
Platypus?
Hey, the platypus. Alright, is this alarm gonna go off anytime soon? We've got another 30 seconds. Alright, folks, get your drops in. Get your drops in. Exclamation point drop. An emote of your choice if you'd like. And we're all gonna drop in a few moments. I am full Louise and no one will ever tell me otherwise. You know what? That works. That works. That works. I love all of the Belchers, so there's no wrong choice. Alright, last fish. Come on. One more fish. Right on time. Did you hear that? The alarm went off. Alright, let's go in the house where it's safe. We ready, folks? Are we ready? We're dropping in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're dropping! Here we go. Okay, all right, here we go. Drawn, Dr. Han, Quebec is heading straight toward the leaf pile. If nothing bad happens here. Matt going right overhead. We're lighting the leaf. Oh, that's not a fire. I was going to say it's fire. It's a leaf. A leaf. That. Look at that score. That was perfect. And I still don't know how to pronounce your name. So clappies for whatever. For what's his name? That's what we got here. Clappies for the chat user who shall not be named. Beautiful landing. Beautiful landing. Very impressive. Someday. Someday I'll figure out how to pronounce your name. Just you wait. I feel like you're still trolling me. Knock off Dr. Pepper. Jules. Jules with the gift sub to the unnamed user. Thank you. Thank you for gifting a sub. That's very kind of you. Protection 3, looting 2, smite 3. Okay, that's a book. Very funny. You think you're so clever. You think you're so clever, don't you? Could I please have a fishing rod with all the enchantments? All the enchantments. Here we go. Come on. Huh? Nope, that's a fish. And here we go. Come on. Ah! That's another fish. Someday we'll get the fishing rod. Sorry. You're all terrible. Were you not even following? How did you get here? How were you here if you weren't following? What is happening? Thank you for the gift sub, Zeri. Also, you're the worst. Imagine fishing a fish while fishing. Imagine. Oh dear, that's not how you. Oh god, more stuff's happening. What's going on? Chaos is what's happening. Chaos. Did something get redeemed? Oh, a hype train. That's what the hype train sound. You use your bookmarks. Really? Are you trolling me on that too? Well, thank you for the follow, whether or not it is real. Oh, thank you for the gift sub to Cheap Dr. Pepper, Matt. Thank you for that, and for kicking off a hype train for the second day in a row. What is this? This is the land of hype trains the past couple days. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. I appreciate you spending your hard-earned money on little old me and your little old trolling jokes. I hate it, but I love it. You're all terrible, though. Oh my god, can I please have the fishing rod? I feel like the game's trolling me too right now with not giving me any fishing rods. It's not fair. Give me the fishing rod. The one with all the luck of the sea. All of it. We're all terrible together. I guess that's nice. Dr. Han is probably a member of Linkin Park. Is there a similar name? I don't know the people of Linkin Park beyond Chester and Mike Shinoda, if I'm being completely honest. Alright, so that is telling me that I should go with Drawn. So I'm gonna pick that one. I think that's the one I was calling you before, but then I think it was Joe called you Doctor, and then I second guessed myself. We're gonna go with Drawn. That's the DJ's name? Like, legit? Joe Hunt? Oh! You know what? I think I did know his name. That sounds familiar. I feel like there was just a scary sound, but maybe it was just the bass on this background song. It's in one of their songs? Huh. Oh, that's the one with all the remixes, right? I'll be honest, I was never a big fan of that. There were very few of the remixed ones that I liked. Was that was Hybrid Theory? Oh, it's also fuzzy. I used to oh, fishing rod! That's not what I was hoping for. This is a just fishing stream, the whole stream. I really thought this would go quicker. But it's like, I can't give up now. It's not like I could do this off stream, because I've decided that I was going to exclusively play on the server while streaming. So, thank November 1st Cathedora for this. It's an only fishing platform, yes. It's like how Joe's got her only Final Fantasy account, and I've got my only fishing account. I said it once and I'll say it again. If a game has a quality fishing aspect to it, I'm gonna love that game. There are very few games that I like in which you cannot fish. Zeri with the bits. Thank you, Zeri. Oh, you completed the level 1. Thank you. Thank you. Courtney Visser calls me Dr. Chicken. Han is male chicken in Afrikaan. Is that how you say it? I don't know. And Dutch. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So you have many names. I have several names. Most people call me Cathedora, but there is a good chunk of people who call me Thad, hence why we have the Thad wins emote now. South Africa Dutch dialect. I learned a little bit about this recently. Kisser Kong was talking about that for some reason. Oh. He just ends up on like Reddit threads and Wikipedia articles and just suddenly he's talking about something that I'm like, how did you even get there? What did you look up to get here? But it keeps things interesting, you know? It's fun to learn random tidbits. So that's funny. Dr. Chicken. I like it. So, Cathedora and Thad are the two main names. Some people call me Cat. Which is fine. I see why they would shorten it to Cat. But my least favorite is Dora. I'm not Dora. I'm Cathedora. But Dora on its own, no. Don't call me Dora. Exactly. You can, however, sing the Dora theme song if you'd like. I did consider adding a clip of that, but I couldn't find like a clean version of it on the soundboard thing. Oh god, Puggy, no. Oh god, I did the thing. I did the thing you're not supposed to do, and that's to tell your chat not to do something. Ban that. Ban that evildoer littering in my pond, calling me Dora. How dare. The nerve, the audacity. Cathedora, the explorer. Exactly. Matt! Matt, thank you for the gift sub to the evildoer Puggy. Oh, the hype train's still going. I thought that was over. I'm a good streamer. Pro streamer. But yes, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Puggy. Even if it's been a lot of trouble today. Making lots of trouble. Words are hard. That was not a complete sentence. Thank you for gifting a sub to Puggy, even though he's been causing a lot of trouble today. Enjoy the emotes, Puggy. And the ad-free viewing. That's always nice. You guys are all terrible, but I do love you. I hate it here, but I also love it here. Oh my god, I feel like I have cat fur stuck to my nose. Which I probably do, because I always do. It like gets stuck to like my glasses and then tickles my nose. And then you have that feeling of it forever. Ah, the perks of living with a cat. You're scaring the fish, guys. No. Jules. That's not how you spell trouble. Troublemaker. Keldon's dropping right down into the corner. That's rough landing. Rough landing, Keldon. Glad you're having fun with the sound effects. Glad you're having fun. You're using them like the exact right amount because by the time another one goes off, I've forgotten about the last one and distracted. See, that's how you're supposed to do it. That's a quality jump scare right there. Strategic use. Thank you for that hype train, folks, for the gift subs and the bits. I appreciate you. Even if you all drive me nuts. Little choo-choo train. This will financially ruin me. No, don't let that happen. Don't let that happen. Someday we'll get the fishing rod I need. And a random bow. It's getting dark, but we got another few minutes. Drawn, dropped. You missed. Oh, bummer. Hey, Mitchie. Oh no, Puggy, I'm determined to fish up the rod now because I like to set ridiculous requirements for myself sometimes. So, thank you for the offer, but I am dead set on fishing this up. I like to torture myself apparently, and my stream. Y'all have just been sitting here. This is the only fish channel. Oh, we're already sleeping. Puggy's on it. Who else do we have? Oh, we're going into an ad in a couple minutes. So, actually, I can probably run that manually. I need to fill up my water. So, that actually is pretty good timing. So, we're going to go on a short break. And... Is that the emote you just got, Jules? That's a good one. That's a good one. All right, I'm going to take a short break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Feel free to play Dropped in the meantime. Go fill up your water bottles, get a snack, take your meds if you got to do that. A little stretch, rest your eyes. Take care of yourselves for a few minutes, and we'll be back shortly, but you won't miss anything. So, yeah, we'll be right back.
Ew, no, David.
All right, we're back. Sorry, that took a little longer than I meant to. I decided to eat a fruit cup because I hadn't eaten anything yet today. And one, as much as I hate to admit it, cannot be sustained on coffee alone. Please make sure you're eating and taking care of yourselves. Doesn't mean I can't have the coffee too, though. Love me some coffee. All right. I unmuted, right? Yep. Sounds happening. Just checking. Sometimes I forget to do that. And we've got to get back on the server. There we go. We back. We're back, baby. Okay. There we go. Burp. Back to our fishing. Hey. Oh, I missed my fish. It's still raining outside. I did take a little peek out the window. It's so gray and cold out. Wonder what the weather's like the rest of the week. I'm gonna take a little peek at the forecast here. Let's see, we've got rain, followed by a little bit of sun. Cold, though. Ugh. I see the S word in the forecast for next week. Ugh. That better change. That better change. Not here for that. Absolutely not. No thank you. Also, my hat's too far forward. Oh, missing my fish. Missed my fish. Oh no, Puggy. You're getting some of that dreaded S word. Are you someone who likes that, or do you dread it? Yes, keep it PG. Puggy loves it. I like how it looks. I don't like driving in it, and I don't like shoveling it. If it could stay off of the walkways and roads, that would be ideal. If it just stayed in the trees, also would be ideal. Oh, Puggy's sleeping, thank goodness. I had kind of spaced out for a second there. It's so pretty. It's also inconvenient. And I think part of the reason I dread it is because, now I've been a New Englander my entire life, as has my mother. I can drive. I can drive in icy conditions. I don't like doing it. My mother flat out refuses. So me and my sister have to drive her everywhere whenever it's inclement weather, and it's actually getting worse. Like now she doesn't even drive in the rain if it's more than like a sprinkle. If it starts raining too hard, she won't drive herself. So I'm a homebody. I don't really leave the house too much if I don't have to. So when I have to leave the house to go drive her somewhere because the roads might be icy, like, no, this is the worst. I'll do it, but I hate it. So I think that's honestly the main reason I've come to dread it. I used to hate, Kong used to drive for a company to make deliveries, like on a big truck, big pipe deliveries. And I did not like him having that job. It made me nervous that he was driving this truck with all this big heavy stuff on it. And the truck was not up to par. There were so many issues with that truck. So if he had to do that and it was S-word or something or icy out, that made me very nervous. Luckily, he doesn't have that job anymore. Now he works at a restaurant that's pretty close to us, and it's a small commute. And they've closed a couple times when the weather was too rough. So we know that they're not like, oh, there's 3 feet outside? Well, come on in. You gotta serve those eggs. I'm not saying the word puggy. This is a mostly PG stream. Oh my god. Someone, quick, look at this vulgar language. When I stream, y'all can use the word S word as much as you want. We're 18 plus over there. So yeah. It's beautiful. Oh, and I hate my oil bill. We have oil heating. Southern New England problems, man. Old house with oil heating. It's drafty as heck. So I guess winter in general is not my favorite. It's expensive. I don't want to leave the house. The sun is like non-existent. I started taking vitamin D supplements, so there's that. It also depends on what you're driving. My old Mountaineer is fantastic in icy conditions. In recent years, we've had bad ice and S-word, no problem. Oh, that's good. Yeah, my little car is not designed for driving in inclement weather. Oh, fishing rod. Really? That's what you give me? That's what you give me, game? The game's trolling me now. The game is a trollin'. Dron's dropping. Puggy says Subaru for the win. I've heard a lot of good things about Subarus. I do not have one. Grumpy's dropping. Oh, that Dron landed. Clappies. Oh, sound effect went off too. Oh, come on, Grumpy. Get that. Oh, no. Ah, so close. I thought you had it, Grumpy. Is it my turn to drop? It's actually sassy, yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I drop? I don't think I dropped. That's also not how you spell drop. D-R-O-P. What do I want to drop? Let's do Mulder. Oh, little baby Mulder. I kind of forget we have that emote. But look at him. He's stalking. It looks even worse when you type it out like that. Like, oh god. Oh god, what happened there? Guys, do you think we're gonna get this fishing rod today? Or are we gonna have to do this tomorrow too? I'm committed now. I'm in it for the long haul. Until I get a fishing rod that has Luck of the C3 on it. I'll even combine it with this one. That's all I need. Luck of the C3. Because then this one has everything else. Unbreaking, Mending, and Lure, and Curse of Vanishing, which is perfect for a hardcore world. When I go, I'm taking my fishing rod with me. Zeri's dropping. Hey, Zeri. Another fun emote from you. Usually I use fishing as like my main form of XP in early game Minecraft at the very least. Because it's multifaceted. You fish, you get experience from fishing. You cook the fish you catch or trade the fish you catch. Usually cooking, because if I have villagers to trade with, that's a good form of XP. So either cooking and or trading the fish additional XP. And all of the junk that you fish up that has enchantments on it that you don't want, disenchant, additional XP. Like, I think it's a great form of XP. It's slow. It's not quick. It's not some wild farm where you can kill 800 skeletons in one swipe. But it works. Though I do like the little XP farm we set up on the box with the what's it called? Infestation potions, where we infest ourselves and stand on the magma block. Our silverfish farm. Long John Silverfish Farm, is that what you named it, Matt? Matt's pretty good at naming stuff. He's named most of the things in that world. From Pickle Rick Beach to Doc Ockstock. Quinn is grocery shopping, and it's a madhouse. Oh, I bet. People are prepping for next week. And it's a Saturday. Never go grocery shopping on a Saturday. That's like begging for terrible conditions. Ugh. Kong usually does our grocery shopping because I get a little overwhelmed by the stores. Unless I'm running in for something quick. But I don't like doing full grocery shoppings, especially on the weekend. Terrible idea. Terrible idea. The weekend before a holiday. Ugh. Can't imagine. Oh, and in the city. Puggy goes shopping at 8 a.m. on Saturday. See, that makes a little more sense. I bet that's before the crowds and stuff. Early morning, that makes sense. But like now would be peak hours. Everybody's up. Everybody's already got their breakfast. Midday on the weekend? Oh, asking for trouble. You have zero food? Yeah, we had like nothing in the house until Kong went shopping this past week. Long overdue. Yeah. Was it you that went shopping and put all your groceries in your backpack and then found groceries in the backpack a long time after that? That was you, wasn't it? I'm remembering that happening to someone. That was you. Hey, my memory didn't fail me this time. It's terrible. Ugh. Sleep. That's why you have an Instacart addiction, Keldon? I've never used Instacart. I've also never, like, DoorDashed, or what's the other one? There's another one. Uber Eats. We've never done that here. In this household. Thankfully, it was just a veggie burger, but it was still sitting in my backpack in my closet for 4 months. Very convenient, but gets expensive fast. I believe it. I believe it. Oh my god. Can I please have this fishing rod? I'm getting bored of this. But I started this and I'm gonna finish it. I'm following through. Yeah, Uber Eats 1 to 2 times a week. We get delivery, like pizza and stuff, but usually we go directly through the restaurants rather than through an app. I think some of them do use one of those things for delivery sometimes, but most of the places we order from, they have their own drivers. I don't even have the rod casted. Nowhere near me does Uber Eats, so I haven't done either of them either. I'm not surprised if it's more of an American thing. Here in America, we do anything for convenience. Silly Americans. Zari orders everything online. Everything? Everything. Opposite problem in the city. We have option overload. Oh yeah, I imagine. I mean, everything's very conveniently located to where our house is. Oh. Oh. Okay. Who? Where? Who did that? This is the kind of littering I like. Okay. Oh. Ah. Where? Who? Did anyone... Is it just Puggy on? Puggy, okay. This is the kind of littering that's acceptable. Okay. I don't know where you went. But I'll take the shulker shells. Okay. Now we're talking. Gifts from the heavens. Thanks, Buggy. I'll take the free shulker shells. Oh my god, I can't stay on the dock. There we go. Buggy, don't you have something to work on? What are you doing? Uber Eats is over here, but none of the restaurants are near enough, so they won't deliver here because by the time they do, the food would be cold. Oh. Are you procrastinating? Are you procrastinating? I get that. I totally get that. That's absolutely why I started fishing. Because I wanted to hold off on working on the waterfall a little bit. But not for this long. Not 2.5 hours of procrastination. But I've already started it. And I gotta stick with it. This is what happens. This is what happens when I try to procrastinate. Oh, a saddle. Was that the first saddle I got up? Interesting. Has everybody been drinking their water? Are we all staying hydrated? Also, I feel like drop hasn't reset in a bit. I might... What? Additional wings? Second wings. We have first. Oh, Puggy, I'm gonna need you to come get this. We're not doing that yet. Or I can put it in storage. But you can take that back if you'd like. Second wings I will take, because that actually would be good, because my wings almost broke when I was out and about yesterday. But I'm trying not to use totems. I might use them on the last day if we do a lot of wild, crazy, dangerous things. What are you procrastinating on? Are you supposed to be building right now? Supposed to be building? Bet you are. Go build. Go build. Go. Go. Get out of here. Go. Can I not nudge you? Go. I can't. Can we not push each other around? Go. Go build. Go build. That was me pushing you away. No. There's none of that over here. There's none of that over here. No. There's no creepers. There's no creepers. No. Oh, no. Give me my fishing rod back. But second wings. Thanks, Puggy. We'll go enchant those in a bit. We'll go get the... I think I might have a mending one in my house, but I don't think I have Unbreaking 3. So we'll get some books. And then we'll have second wings. And can't be stranded out in the middle of nowhere when they break. Great bow. Thank you, Pond, for the Curse of Vanishing bow. The Pond's like, Puggy gave you wings and shulker shells, but I gave you a Curse of Vanishing bow that is almost broken. Whose gift is better? You miss having a yard? Honestly, I want to leave the city soon. It's just so overpopulated and where I live. You can come back to Rhode Island. I'm just saying. Just saying. Like a nice little corruptive state here. Just think of all the yard work you don't need to do, right? That is the downside to having a yard. My dad usually helps us with the yard, but he's been having a lot of back and hip problems this past year, so he hasn't been doing it, and he is definitely not happy with the frequency at which I am taking care of the yard. But he, like... Hi, chicken. But he, like, cares a lot more about the appearance of the yard than I would. Please move, chicken. I'm not trying to catch you. I'm trying to catch a fishing rod. Let's clear out some of the stuff here. We've got... Where should we put the saddles? What's up here? Nothing. That's now our saddle box, I guess. Leather. Rotten flesh. Nautilus shell, and all the fishies. Really curious why I'm catching tropical fish in my freshwater pond, but who am I? Okay, you know what? We are going to take a very brief break from fishing with the fishing rod. We're going to go catch other fish, real fish with buckets. That's what we're going to do. So let's go turn these shulker shells into a shulker box. Just a little brief intermission to go alternate fishing. We're gonna take some wood. One, two, that's a shulker. And this shulker we're gonna fill with fish. Where does this go? There's the wood. Alright, we got this other elytra, however you say it. That could go there for now. We need buckets. I got iron in here. So how many spots go in a shulker? Because we'll fill the whole thing. So it's 3 times 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. So 27. 27 spots. So I need 27 buckets. Which a bucket is 3. I think I have 1 in here. Okay, there's 1. That's 2. So I need 25. So that's 75 pieces of iron. One moment. Give me this. $16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. All right. There we go. Shall we go get 27 buckets of fish from somewhere? Still only fish. Don't worry, guys. It's still only fish. All right, there's water this way, I believe. Oh yeah, you have the Roomba mower thing. That's crazy. Like, absolutely mind-boggling that that's a thing. Alright, here's some water. Don't mind me, just stealing all your fish. No big deal. Fishies. And we got a salmon. Okay. This could potentially be dangerous. Because drowned. Alright, so let's put this up here. I should really put the netherrack away. I'm gonna put 2, 3, 4, 5. Go away, drowned. Eat food. Nope, no touchy. No touchy. No, I guess we'll get some squidding while we're here. Alright. Come on, fish. Where are you at? That's a drowned. You're not a fish. You think you're a fish. Where's the fish? There's a fish over there. I think it's a little one. Oh, no, 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 no. Absolutely not. Oh god, this water continues on. Alright, hold on, hold on. We got this. Where is he? Where is he? I don't see him anymore. I know you're there. Aha, there you are. Absolutely not. No. Aha! Get wrecked. You too. You also get wrecked. Oh, I hate drowned. This is dangerous. This is more dangerous than anything we've been doing. Little tiny fish. Where's the cod? Is it all salmon? Oh, come back here. Come back here. Alright, maybe we need to be in the ocean. Bucket of salmon. Okay, I'm gonna put these fish in here. 1 and 2 and 3. And actually we need a pickaxe. Where's the ocean? I think there's ocean this way. Cleo doesn't know if she wants you to play or not, huh? Okay, here's the ocean. Alright. Whose dog is this? Somebody lost a pupper. Pupper, are you okay? Did you lose your way home? You want to go on the land? You look tired. Maybe get on the land. Go ahead, get on the land. There you go. Roof to you too. I don't know whose pupper you are. Oh, that drown was coming right at me. Rude. I don't know whose pupper that is, but it's on dry land now. At least it's not just treading water. No, see, you live on the border and you commute. Okay. Fishies. 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 Oh, no, come back here. Nope, I hitched twice. There we go. Water. And little fishy. Little fish. Oh, little fish. Little fish, little fish. Get in my bucket. Thank you. I put you back down? Dang it. Come here. Come here. I wonder if there's a nearby, what's it called? Coral reef. Oh, I did that backwards. There we go. Water, 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 water. We could potentially go get some colorful fish for the pond. I do want them to be mostly cotton salmon, though, probably. Just because there wouldn't really be tropical fish in my pond. But maybe we can have a couple. Also, I wouldn't mind having some sea pickles to put in the pond. I don't know that there is a nearby coral reef. We could take a little fly around and see, though. You know what? I got a better name than Only Fish. Only Fins. Get it? Get it? Only Fins. I am so funny. My God. Puggy will sub. Get out. This is my stream. You get out. If you don't like it, you get out. Yeah. Come on, it's funny and you know it. It's hilarious because I'm hilarious. You see, I think you are looking for these fish to stop Puggy
Ew,
dropping
no,
things.
David.
Ew, no, David. I mean, well, Puggy could be dropping as much as he wants on the pond right now, and I'm not there to stop him, to be fair. Oh, good. Puggy's sleeping. Thank you, Puggy. Surely the coral reef is located next to the frozen biome, right? Right? Ooh. My hands are getting cold. Oh, where is the coral reef? I'd like some more fishies. Good bot. Good Sari bot. Okay, the village. Do I have an ender chest with me? I do. Like, because I might run out of rockets at this rate. But I have more in the ender chest. Imagine having to trek back after this. Oh, they have hay bales. I'm taking these hay bales. Water bucket is definitely the right tool for harvesting hay bales. Absolutely. But in case I want more mud for something, or if anybody needs any hay. Hi. You know what? I totally don't have any beetroot. Perhaps we should take a bit of that too. Thank you. Just a little bit. Bundle. Put that and that and that and that and that and that. Oh, this is the one you need the seeds for. You can't just plant the beets. I remember now. Okay, that's enough. Do we want a bell? Do we need a bell for anything? Well, we got a bell now. Can I put that in here? There we go. What else is over here? A cartography table. I don't have one of those. Or a compass. We're just gonna steal everything. These aren't fish, but it's something. I don't have a cartography table. Oh, I didn't mean to put the stone. Hey guys, I'm here to steal all your things. Don't mind me. Just checking things out. Any goodies over here? So rude. Typical American. Ah. Typical American I am. So Microsoft Photos has stopped working on your PC? Oh. So, what do you use to edit, Matt? Do you use Lightroom? Or do you use something else? I've totally asked you this before. And forgotten. Pockets. Nope, not that one. Silk Touch pick. There we go. You use photos to decide which photos to edit, and then use Lightroom for colors and Photoshop elements to add watermarks. I see. Can't Lightroom put in watermarks, or do you not like how that works? I don't watermark my pictures personally. But you make yours kind of like hidden and blended in. I remember that now. All right, let's keep looking. Is that more ocean? Maybe? Or am I going backwards? Negative. Oh, okay, yeah, this is the way we want to go. Yeah, them all saved as brushes on elements. Ah, that's cool. I never thought of doing that. But yeah, I don't personally watermark my photos, but that's because I'm doing large events and family sessions, like not a few photos at a time kind of thing. Oh, we're back out by the mangrove. I don't remember seeing any, coral when I was out and about. We definitely don't need more mud. We don't need more mud today. Yeah, that's true. I don't really have to worry about people stealing the family photos I take, because that would be really weird. Though there are photographers that will take other people's work and pretend it's their own to get business. Scam artists, a lot of them. Like, if you need portfolio work, you build yourself up from the ground. You do free shoots if you have to. We don't have any terracotta yet. Should we grab some terracotta? This has turned into an exploration stream. Still only fish. Only fins. Terracotta's so nice. We'll take the regular one. As much as I would like to grab all of them. But we can dye them if we need to. Like, I love the terracotta. Like, look at these colors. Look at these colors. I got a stack. A little over a stack. Let's do 2 stacks then, since I already broke over a stack. We'll get 2 stacks of terracotta just in case. Maybe we'll do the basement out of terracotta. I used a lot of terracotta in the basement in the previous world we were on, the previous box. Used a lot of that in the basement in that house. $62, $63, $64. 2 whole stacks of terracotta. Very nice. Okay. Back to flying and finding fish. What's all that? Yes! We found it! We found it! The coral reef. Alright, we're gonna take a little bit of the coral home. Because I think we're gonna end up putting some... not coral in the pond, but maybe some sea pickles for light. Okay, a little bit of the yellow. And we'll need this if we're going to duplicate the sea pickles, so. Boop, boop. Nope, you go away. Nobody invited you. Nope, nope. Oh. Puggy's sleeping. Good old Puggy. I got any of the red yet? No. We'll use our last bundle, I guess. We've got this. Got a little bit of the red. We'll need a little bit of the pink. Nope. No. Bad drowned. You're good for a lot of things, it turns out, Puggy. And I don't think I got any of the pink. There's the pink. This reminds me, we never finished the coral in the bay on the box. I started a whole new project because I was like, it's spooky season. I would like to make a witch's tower. And then I completely forgot about everything else. Alright, maybe we put down a couple. Ah! Ah! No. No. Absolutely not. No. No. Ugh. Matt, quit being a troublemaker, Matt. Oh, Jules said I must away to assist with the bringing in and putting away of the groceries. All right, Jules, I hope that's going well for you. That was several minutes ago, and I totally wasn't paying attention. Zeri also adds Matt's watermark to... That makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, we're gonna put... Oh, I don't really want this. This can go in there, I guess. And let's grab some fishies.
Listen.
I'm listening. I'm listening. Oh, dolphin just scared me. All right, that's a yellow. That's a drowned. You're a nice fish. Let's get a variety of fishies. And they can all swim around in the pond. Did we get a yellow one? Oh, I like these guys. Oh, no, not you. No, not you. You're not what I thought you were. Go away. We don't need to be poisoned. I was going for... Where'd the yellow one go? There was a yellow and purple one that was right over there a second ago. Not the... Oh, there it goes. This one. Did I get one of you already? Okay, stand here for a second. Let's put those up there. Bucket, 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 bucket. Bucket. Up. 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 Alright, a few more fishies. A few more different fishies. That was for Jules' message. Alright. Oh, I like these guys. Oh, you're cute too. Hold on. Oh, I like this one. Ooh, and this one. You're kind of cool. Did I get one of you? Oh, pink. Nope. I'm leaning so far forward. My God. Posture check, folks. Alright, I gotta put some of these away. We're down to our last 5 buckets. Boop. One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What you doing?
What you doing? I'm collecting fish. We're collecting fish, and then we're gonna put them all in the pond back home. No, not the pufferfish. Oh, you're cool. Come here. Come here, little green guy. What else? Need a couple more. A couple more fishies. 4 of them, actually. Poaching? What are you talking about? Oh, we didn't grab pickles. Let's grab these pickles. That's not pickles. A couple pickles. There we go. Why are there only pufferfish? Can I... Oops, I saw some spawn in over here. More pufferfish, actually. Excuse me. I don't know if I grabbed that one yet. But it's cute. What about you? What are you doing to it? Are you the same fish? I think those are the same fish. That's okay. They can be twins. Red guy? One more. One more fish. Let's make it a good one. Ooh, you're cute. You remind me of My Chemical Romance. Alright, anything else we need to grab while we're out here? Let's put away all of our fish in the shulker box. Look at that. A whole bunch of fish. Alright, let's put the tools all back on the hotbar. What goes here? Torches? Blocks? Alright, let's... Ooh. Okay, well, I want to screenshot this. And... that. Now I know where those biomes are. I guess we can start heading back home. My headphones are starting to hurt my ears today. They haven't bothered me. They've been pretty good. What is that? Oh, it's just a tiny bit of the red sand from that biome. Alright, we gotta head back home. Which is... That's going closer to 0, closer to 0. Okay. Oh, I don't think we have any cocoa beans. Should we grab cocoa beans just to have? Hello? Cocoa beans? There's one. Oh, is that not fully grown? Will it give me beans still? Oh, it does still give you beans. Perfect. Whee! Alright. So when we get home, we're gonna get our fishing rod. It's nice to get out and explore and see the terrain. Minecraft Generation has come such a long way. Oh, nobody's been over here apparently. That water just loaded in. I keep saying Matt's message about poaching, and now I kind of want to poach some eggs. Hoagie! Hoagie Man 5000 in the building. Womp womp womp. Sorry. Sorry about the bad imitation air horn. That was my response to you being here. How is your day going, Hoagie? I hope you're...
no, David.
Is that in response to my air horn? Alright, I'm snoozing the ads. Your current game is Gas Station Simulator? That actually sounds amazing. Is it fun? I want to play Gas Station Simulator. Puggy is on top of the sleeping. This actually looks amazing. Oh no. Oh! Ooh. I'm like, this looks amazing. Tries to take picture, smack. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I thought that was going to be a harsher impact than it was. I just wanted to take a picture. I want to take a screenshot. Sorry, it's the photographer in me. We're fine. We're fine. Crisis averted. Nothing bad happened. Nothing bad happened at all. That way to home? I keep getting turned around. MS Flight Simulator 2024, yes. Absolutely. It's more fun than most of the other simulators as it's a bit more relaxed and there's a pesky kid who keeps trying to do graffiti on your building. That's fun. That's a fun little added. I see a lot of people are playing some grocery store simulator now. Didn't I just snooze the ads? Why are they back again? Oh, is it only a 5-minute snooze? All right, we're about to have a break, guys. I'm just trying to get home. Can we get home first? Is it -3, +300? Is that where my base is? Something like that. Alright, this is starting to look familiar. There's Peter's mob base that, not mob base, mob farm that killed him. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. So I think we're this way. What are those coordinates? Something interesting over there at those coordinates? Huh? Huh? I think our base is over there. Over this hill. There it is! Yes. Alright, we're heading into a break. So I'm gonna throw up the BRB screen. We're gonna log out. You know, I can go log out in the... Burp. Alright, we're gonna BRB in just a second. See you soon! Go get your waters and your snacks. Little stretchies. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Oh my goodness. There's a Scully checking out the bed. No sudden movements. No loud noises. Will Scully lay on the kitty cat bed? Oh, he's turning around. He's turning around. I think he's gonna leave. Not interested. Not interested. Baby, what are you doing? Wanna come hang out? Come here. Come over here. Come here. Look, the stool's here. Scully. That's the camera. Please don't rub your face on the camera tripod. I'm guessing the whole camera just moved. Baby, over here. Stop rubbing your face on the camera, bud. You can't even see him. Wait, nope, I gotta go this way. There he is. He's right there. There. That's him. That's the Scully. Wanna come over here? Say hi? Want some scritches? Look at. Come over here. No, you're gonna knock over the camera. Stop that. Stop it. He's like, get rid of the cat cam. I don't want the cat cam. Alright, I'm gonna try to put some more catnip on the bed for him. Maybe that'll bribe him. I don't know why when I take my headphones off, I feel the need to yell like you can't hear me. Sweetie, want some catnip? Ooh. Look at. What's this? What's this? What's this? Ooh. What's up here? What's from over there? From over there? Huh? How's that? How's that? There we go. A little bit of kitty cat time. Whether he stays or not, that's up to him. Should we just appreciate Scully for a second? There he is. He's very easy to bribe with catnip. So maybe he'll hang out. Maybe. My hair is just all over the place today. I took my hat off when I got up to try to fix my hair. It's everywhere. Thank God for hats, guys. Thank God. You don't want to see the mess that is my hair under this hat, I'll tell you that much. Scully. Oh, I love him. Okay. Well, stop staring at Scully now. Let's put that back where it goes. That goes up here so you can still see. There we go. Shall we go back to fishing? The incredibly exciting fish. We gotta put all our fish in the pond. That's what we gotta do. So, here we go. Alright, let's get some fish out of here. Ta-da. There's a fish. And another fish. And we got a goatfish. I didn't know that was a fish. What's it look like? Oh, that's a cute one. Alright. Goatfish. We've got a blue dory and a black tang. Oh, that one. I love that one. Blue dory's nice too. Now we've got 2 more salmon. Big salmon, little salmon. Couple cod. The big salmon. He looks like comedically large to be in this pond. You okay, baby? What happened? Something startle him? Ooh. Oh, you know what I just realized? None of this is water sources. They're gonna have so many issues. We gotta go get a whole bunch of kelp. Does anyone have kelp? We need kelp. Kelp! Puggy, you have kelp? Because I'm realizing I don't have any. Oh my god, that salmon is huge. Like, comedically large. Because when I did this, I just dug it out. None of this is water sources. Okay, you know, we're going on another trip then. We're going on another trip. We'll go find some. Don't worry, I don't want to take your 4 kelp. I'm gonna need more than that. So, let's grab our rockets. Gonna need a lot more than 4. Should have grabbed kelp while I was out. I didn't think about it. But I'm afraid that the fish will just sit at the bottom and possibly suffocate if we don't do this. Oh, okay. We're gonna grab more rockets. Top that off. Let's go. Meow. Back to the ocean. There's kelp in the salmon? May I kelp myself to some? Get it? Kelp. Hi, Zeroed. How are you? I don't even know how to get into your salmon. I think you go in this way. Is it this fin? Oh, I see a button. Am I gonna make it? No! Do you have like a lot? Because I'm gonna need a little bit. Alright, ready? Ha! Oh, look at that. Redstone. Wait, that closes it? I'm not breaking things. Wait. Where do you... Is this how you've been living? Is this is everything you have? Where's the kelp? I think you lied to me. I don't see kelp. I don't see kelp. Where's your storage? There's more storage. Kelp! I'm just gonna take like this much. Thank you. Thank you for the kelp. I will be sure to shut the door on my way out. The fish is a lot bigger on the inside than I thought it was. So button. Let me out. Okay. Button. Close it back up. Ah, there we go. Very nice. Okay. So that saved us a little trip. Thanks, Sierra. Everybody's been so helpful today. Oh, look at my house. Look at it. Okay, so we're gonna make all of this water sources. Can I? Oh, you can place that there? I didn't think that would work. All of this probably is already water sources. I'm surprised you can put kelp on these. Can I put seagrass on those? I don't think it let me do that. I can't do that one. Ugh. We'll leave some of it, but not a lot of it, because it does look nice. It makes sense underwater too. But I think to one there. I like that I can put this on the path blocks. Didn't know that was a thing. Pretty sure all of this is water source blocks just fine. But the stuff down here is not. What are you guys doing? Are you being troublemakers? No, my seagrass! Did that backwards. Do I have any bone meal? I probably have bone meal in one of the shulkers. Really should have did this before I started decorating the pond. Baby Pug is watching. Hi, Baby Pug. Do you have just the one little one, Puggy? Oh, it's dark. You should sleep. Okay. Let's focus on the deep parts here, because this is... Do I have shears on me still? Where's my ender chest? I should probably just make another ender chest. 7 months. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Little one. I don't know what I'm doing. I was getting shears. That's what I was doing. 7 months. Oh my goodness. Have I lost a bunch of the stuff that I put down? Or did I leave some over here? I left a whole bunch over here. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna leave a little bit of it. Oh my gosh. That's such a precious age. Where he just starts going. Just starts getting going. Oops. Oops. You know what? Get rid of all of this. Let's just do this. Well, look at all my fish. They're all stuck. They're all stuck here because of my water issues. I could also place it and let it grow. And then we can come back through. But I don't really have a lot. So, if you bone meal this, does it grow? Is that how this works? Oh, it does. Okay. Let's place as much along the bottom as we can. Oop, oop. Is Baby Pug speaking right now? Aw. That was very sweet. Come on, fish. You can do it. It's a water source now. You can swim. I believe in you. Are you stuck on the kelp? I need that. We're gonna do that. I need more bone meal. Alright, pick everything up. There's kelp just hanging out in the corners here. Come here. Get back here. Thank you. Alright, so I think over here is probably good now. Let's go grab a bunch of bones. I had more in here. I should have just taken all of them. Oh, and there's more seagrass. Perfect. Take that. Bones. Hi, sheep. Don't judge me, sheep. Alright. Let's start back over here again. Oh, look. One of them got away. Hey, Jen. Hey-oh. Why are you stuck there? You shouldn't be stuck there. Look. I don't think. Try it again. Oh, the button's gonna be in the way, huh? Alright, let's grab this. All my hard work to decorate the pond, and now I gotta come through here with the kelp. I really did this backwards. Alright, we're gonna put a little more of the grass back. I liked the grass there. Okay, so I think all of that should, for the most part, be water sources now. So we should do through here now. Let's go do. All of them? Did I miss some? I missed a whole row. Okay, I think that should be good. I'll leave that one there. Those should be fine. I do like that you can plant these on the dirt path blocks. He kicked you? Oh no. I hope you're in a safe spot, Bug. Why is that looking weird? There we go. Ugh, this is tedious. Why does breaking these make that happen? Go away. That's probably just like a lighting thing, right? I actually want that one there. There we go. Why are you guys still stuck? There we go. Are you free now? Not quite. I don't have enough of this. Okay, let's grab these. I'll leave that one, I guess. Oh, this is annoying. This is annoying. You're in your house? Okay, good. Safer than being out in the wild, huh? Alright, I'm gonna grab this and this for now. Put down more kelp. Did I break it with the wrong thing? There we go. Okay. Oh, I never put the button back over here. I mean my stone, not button. Is that where that was? I don't even know where if that was where that was. Oh, it's very dark. Let's sleep. This is fine. Oh, I see you. I see you. Haha. Oh, I need you. Any more? Any more creepers around? Huh? Huh? I'll take the bone meal. Did I just call the gunpowder bone meal? Pretty sure I did. Alright, back to this. The fish are still confused. Guys, you're really bad at swimming. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. I'm very sorry. Poor little fishy. Didn't mean to. What is that? Oh. It's an Andy emote. I'm not familiar with this Andy emote for some reason. What are you stuck on? There you go. Oh my god. Are fish just dumb? I already put... I can't. Putting fish in this pond was a terrible idea. Look at them. What are you doing? I give up. I give up on you, fish. Oh, there's still so much pond. There's so much pond. Alright, I think we have more bone meal in the house. Oh wait, do I still have more bones in my inventory? I do. Never mind. We don't have to go in the house yet. Like, why? Why? Why are you doing this? Okay, you can probably take some of this, even though they're being silly and getting stuck. Sheldon's dropping. Oh, that could be a good one. Come on, get... No! I had faith in you, Calvin. I did. I thought you had it, bud. Daisy and you took a shower? I used to have to give Jesse showers. He hated baths. But I bet she's nice and clean now. Actually, I kind of want that one to be a tall one there. Do a little bit of this over here. I'm gonna trim this. Take this one entirely. Okay, back to placing. Place, 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 place. What do we do over here? I can't remember. super clean. But yeah, Jesse always hated baths. Hello? Hello? Why could I not bone meal that one? Okay, I bone meal that. Can I? Hello? That was weird. I don't know what that was about. Oh, she just looks sad. That's not. Oh, that's sad. That. Oh, poor thing. Poor thing. How dare you? Why would you do such a thing? Guys. Guys. Why? Is this all for nothing? Are you just gonna be silly and not swim around like fish are supposed to? The abuse, indeed. I feel like all this should be water sources. I don't know why y'all are acting like that. Swim elsewhere. Go swim around. Fish are gonna fish. Fish are gonna do whatever they want, apparently. This is probably all pointless. Huh? Oh, it's nighttime? Okay. Thank you for letting me know, Mr. Villager. Traveling. That makes sense. I forgot that the mud are partial blocks. The path blocks would make sense. Well, I like my pond, so I guess it's just gonna be fish rave. I'm doing what I can with the kelp, but it'll just have to be fish rave. I like the mud. I like the mud. I don't know why they're... Some of them are free. Some of them are swimming around freely. Did anybody make it to the other side over here? Maybe I should put a few over here. They can fish rave over here. Guys are making this real difficult. Is there anything more beautiful than a full fridge and pantry? Hardly. Hardly. At least she's small. Next is Gunner. He's medium-sized beagle. So it's more annoying. Oh, a little tougher to bathe. Oh, actually, I wanted that one to be kelp. Kale. Right, that's a very green corner. Too green. Too green. Oh, is my inventory full? I think it is. It's already after 1 o'clock, guys. Where has the day gone? Got it all now? Okay. Can we do a little bit of it, I guess? Over here. Okay. Oh, we're drowning. We're drowning. Oh, some of the fish made it to the other side, and it's still a fish rave. No coral. No. Alright, let's do the deeper part over here, and then I might just be done. This is proving to be more of a task than I wanted it to be. Take some of this out for now. We'll put it back when we're done. Who's dropping? Jules is dropping. Ooh, pizza. Pizza's very good too. I have leftover pizza from when Jules influenced me to get pizza the other day. And Kong and I ordered pizza at like 8:30 p.m. It was great. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. Hadn't had Domino's in a while. It was actually delicious. Okay, and now we'll bone meal it. Do I have more bones? That was it for bones. And is that it for... That's it? Okay. Let's go get more bones from storage. You worked at Pizza Hut for 5 years? Seeing countless numbers of pizzas coming out of the oven. It became less beautiful. Aw. That's a shame. That's something that should never be destroyed. The sanctity of pizza. That doesn't want to grow. There we go. Alright, is that everything been bone mealed? Can put this one here. My eyes are starting to hurt. I feel like I've been staring at this screen too long now.
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Matt's back. Hey, Matt. How was your lunch? We're trying to make less opportunities for the fish to get stuck. Though apparently I really screwed up by using mud blocks. And they're probably always going to be fish raving at the bottom. Just the way it goes. Alright, we need a little bit of it here. Ah. Almost done. Heating system's making all sorts of noises today. Sorry, fish. And it's dark again. To bed. Go in the house. Into the fishing hut. Come on, what am I getting stuck on? There we go. Close the door and to bed. These fish love to spin. Indeed. Indeed. What'd you have, Matt? What'd you have for food? Okay. So I think we're about ready to wrap up for the day because it is after 1 o'clock. That means Kisser Kong will be on his way home from work very soon. And we're gonna have to eat some food ourselves. I don't know if we have any errands to run today. We might. We might have some errands we need to run. Boo, errands. So shall we do one more Q drop while we do things here? Q-U-E-U-E-D-R-O-P. Alright, get your drops in. Get your drops in. I'm going to put a little bit more of the seagrass around here. And maybe a little bit of the kelp in the corners. Kelp. good. And maybe there. Alright, a little more seagrass in various places. Yeah, you can't put seagrass on that, but you can put kelp. Interesting. Very interesting. They're still getting stuck. I don't know what to tell you, fish. I did my best. Alas, it does not appear to have been enough to keep the fish going. And we're gonna put the last few fish in here. I'm gonna stick some at the far end. We've got plenty of kelp now. Plenty of kelp. Let's put these last few fish over on the far end. Actually, one right there. You're totally gonna get stuck, but whatever. I'm trying. Fish here. Fish here. That's a fun one. Another salmon, another... Ooh, that's a pretty color. Couple more cod. And one more cod. You're also stuck, huh? Alright. Well. Fish are gonna fish. At least there's movement. Even if they're all just spinning. For all eternity. We did not get our fishing rod today, so I guess that saga will continue. Hope you're all very excited for that. I'm sure you are. I'll pick this up for now. Alright. It's so silly that they're just spinning. They're just stuck down there. I don't know, man. I tried. I tried. I did my best. Alright, let's pop ourselves in here. Yeah, apparently the way that I made it look messes with them. Puggy, I think it was, pointed out that the partial blocks. Or maybe it was Grumpy. Oh no, it was Grumpy that said it. Grumpy, you and Puggy have the same color chat name, and it's confusing. Tripodzol? I could. But I really like the mud, and I traveled so far to get the mud. I like how it looks. It's just the fish are going to be silly. What can you do, aside from replace it with blocks that won't interfere? I like my path blocks and my mud blocks. What am I up to this weekend? I'm probably going to stream more tomorrow morning. That's the plan. Though I'm feeling a little tired. A little tired. I might not stream tomorrow, but I probably will. Might be a little later. Especially because I think tonight's movie night. Alright, get your drops in. Get your last drops in of the day. Exclamation drop and an emote. Pick an emote. Any emote. Dropping... What am I dropping? Let's drop... Tappies. Little tappies. Matt's plan for the weekend is to mourn that the weekend is nearly over. Understandable. Understandable. Get your drops in. Get your drops in. Is it still on this screen? I thought I copied the drop over to here. Copy. Paste. There it is. I hope the drops are still in that. They better be. Get your drops in. Get your drops in. Last call for drops. We're gonna be dropping in a minute. Last call. Final drop of the day. Just sticking myself in the house, that's all. Okay. We're logging out. Are we ready for the final drop? It's the final drop down. Did I put one in? I did. All right. We're dropping in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. We're dropping. Woo!
Don't have
There
a
we
crap
go.
attack.
We're dropping. Zeri's getting bumped around. Come on, Zeri. No. Oh, no. Okay, come on. Oh, that's good. Keep going. Here we go. Don't you dare, Jules. Don't you dare. I'm closed out of the game. You didn't get me. Haha. But we all landed. Look at that. Well, not all of us. Who didn't land? Someone didn't land. Because there were 5 of us, right? Matt landed, Kelda landed, me and Jules. Who didn't land? Zeri. Oh no! Is it just Zeri? Was Zeri the only one who didn't land? Get wrecked, Zeri! Clappies for everybody else. Clappies for everybody but Zeri. That was beautiful. Good work, team. Good work. Chaos karma. Boop, boop, boop. All right, let's see. We're gonna snooze that ad. Jules, if you see that pop up again before we leave, please snooze it if you don't mind. And let's take a little look-see at who is live. Oh wow, we've been live for almost 4.5 hours. Goodness gracious me. Who do we got? Let's see. Do. All right. Let's see. Okay, we got a fellow Minecrafter. Here we are. Raid Jules, make her stream. I don't think that's how that works, Matt. Good try, though. Good try. We're gonna raid into Jen. The dragon I showed off earlier, that was Jen's build. So let's go see what she's up to. She's not on the Legend server. It looks like she's over on Farlands, but more Minecraft content. Good Minecrafters. Good Minecraft people. So we'll go hang out over there. Thank you all for being here today and hanging out and trolling me, causing chaos, having fun with that creep roller, that's for sure. All the other monsters get no love, apparently. But the creeper gets plenty. The creeper's the most destructive, it makes sense. We should be back tomorrow morning, I think. If not, probably Monday. Feeling a little tired, so I don't want to push myself too hard, but yeah, possibly tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern-ish, around there if we do stream. Before we go, let's all take a big old sip of water. Here we go. Look at that. I didn't even spill it on myself. Look at that. We know the creeper scares you most. Yes, it's true. It's true. Yeah, take care of yourselves. Make sure you're staying hydrated, eating, taking your meds, doing all the things you need to do. But most of all, be kind. All right. See you all again soon. Let's go say hi to Jen. Oh, the raid calls. Raid calls. Grab your raid calls before we go. Oh, that's half the raid. Guys, I know how to stream. I'm copying this. We're out of here. Okay, bye.